so funny.
Musical chairs. All right, good afternoon, good evening, everybody. Welcome to this month's worldwide live video broadcast with Jim and Brian. Just a few reminders about the broadcast. Yep. You saw it or you felt it?
I saw it. White clean.
Okay, then goodbye. That's it, folks. All right, so oh boy, and girl. So the announcements today are just about today's broadcast. So
Oh boy, this is going to be fun. The energy's coming in.
okay.
I'll look away.
I'm not feeling it. What's going on?
That's because I'm sitting in your seat. Oh my goodness. Thank you, Jim.
Welcome, everybody. Thanks for joining us today. And I'm lip syncing Kelsey right now. If you're joining in on Facebook or YouTube, welcome. If it's your first time, enjoy the ride. As you see, we're very unconventional, especially when it comes to announcements. But basically the format, if you're new, most of you have been around a while, but if you're new, we basically go from about 1 to 3:30, the first session, where Jim or I will lead a guided meditation, and then we'll each do a spiritual sharing. Then we'll take a break for approximately half an hour or so, and we'll start up Q&A around 4 o'clock until about 6.
Would you like to finish?
And you did that without moving your lips.
Oh, I know, right? Oh, that because they can't see you.
That's right. And to support yourself, it's always nice to turn off your cell phones and the other electronics or communications. You know, cats and dogs are welcome. Children, maybe. Unless if you're starting to teach them how to meditate, that's actually not a bad idea to actually join in. Some children, well, the animals especially, they just adapt and join right in. We never announced that before, have we?
Nope. I've never had announcements come through me in this way before either.
That's right. If you're new to the program, we do this broadcast worldwide, actually, about once a month. And about the same time every month, just check our calendar on our website at ilm.org. Any other announcements, that's always the best place to go to. If you'd like to get updates on anything we provide, just go there and register on our website, and we'll email you updates and announcements. Like this coming class, we always email out an announcement.
And the class dates are actually in the slider, so I'm not too sure the calendar is updated, but in the slider, I think it's the third or fourth slide, we have all the dates for the class this year.
So in case you're wondering what a slider is, if you go to our homepage on our website, it's right there. It's like the announcement page, a big flyer or banner it slides across. There's like 4 or so announcements on there, so you have to wait and see what Kelsey's talking about.
Or click on the arrow on the side. It's there. It's hard to see, but you can click and flip through the slides quickly. All right. Well, thank you. If you are having any audio or video difficulty for this broadcast,
Take it up with God.
take it up with God. At the top of the right top of your page, there is there's a report a problem.
If you're on the website.
Oh, yes.
If you're on YouTube and Facebook, that's not the case.
You'll have to go to our website and get on to the live broadcast. But if you are on our webpage, at the top it says report a problem. Click on that. There's a form to fill out. I check it about every 15 to 20 minutes. So if you do have an audio or video issue, please send me that form. and I will do my best to troubleshoot for you. But 99.9% of the time, it's always a matter of refreshing your page. And if that doesn't work, shutting everything down and just rebooting your computer and getting back online.
Literally 99.9% of the time, that fixes everything.
Yeah. Yeah.
So you'd ask that you do that before actually even filling in the form.
Thank you. Absolutely. That would be great. And as Brian had mentioned, please take this time to really focus on spirit and turn off your cell phones if possible, or on do not disturb, so that you can really focus and partake of spirit with all of us, holding that one pointed focus on spirit during class. Yeah. And when we go to break after Jim and Brian's sharing, we will put up a slide that will let you know about Q&A. And in Q&A, we are asking that you write your questions in to info@ilm.org, and you'll see it in the slide. Again, info@ilm.org. And we just ask that you keep your questions focused to this path of sound and light, waking up to God, questions around meditations, your inner experiences, your inner awarenesses, and all that you're doing to take responsibility for your thoughts and feelings, actions and reactions through the application of loving acceptance and forgiveness, LAF. So pretty much ILM's core tenets that we laid out for all of you, and they're all on the website as well under About ILM. So without further ado, enjoy class. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Brian. And we'll see you on the other side.
The other side of what?
And just to let you all know, I've got some allergies running, and so if I start coughing, just know it's just the allergies, and if I get too much, I'll just excuse myself and go into another room while we're meditating and all, so I don't bother everybody.
And since we are broadcasting now, besides through our website and on Facebook and YouTube, we're aware that there may be brand new people joining in. If it's your first time, again, we just ask that you go along for the ride, and what better way to learn about what we're really doing here. It always does change the dynamics, and we've got people here that are joining in literally from around the world. We've got people who've been around for decades, and other people maybe their first few times. And we try to speak to everybody if we can. It may sound a little bit strange or woo-woo out there, but a lot of how we work is that we tune in to the group consciousness. And what does that look like? It's like when we close our eyes and go to meditation, we go into the cloud. Literally, it's like a computer. But that cloud we go into literally is like the group consciousness of everybody listening in. And it does create a group consciousness. We all bring to these gatherings those things we're working on within ourselves, learning lessons or karma, a lot of people call, greater movements of spirit, waking up spiritually, having understanding, really more what's going on, what the spiritual journey or pathway's about, what life's about, what's the purpose, all kinds of questions. And that's what we attempt to answer here. And so when we share after the meditation, you'll hear Jim and I share, and we always present some type of spiritual teaching. But a lot of really in that spiritual teaching, we're really attempting to give greater understanding of the spiritual part of our consciousness. Yes, we do, of course, talk about the body, the imagination, the emotions, the mind, the unconscious and all, but we really want to focus on the soul and God. And so that's what we do. And in this group consciousness, through that action as we gather here together, we invite that grace of God's loving through the Holy Spirit to come present. And in that collective consciousness, the Holy Spirit, let's just say it infiltrates it. So we're really inviting in that pure white light of God's loving to just bless and to grace all of us and all that we bring forward for these gatherings, so that those blessings and grace may in truth shower upon us. And Jim and I just do what we can to try to share from that place and that spiritual action that's going on, in hopes that as you're listening and watching, that you may partake of that, that you may open and receive of that, so that you have some type of spiritual awakening or awareness, or somehow allow that greater action of grace and loving into your consciousness and into your life, so that you can really receive the blessings out of our time together today, like what we're doing. And of course, we'll always share more about specifically this pathway that we call the Path of Sunlight that we present here in Inner Light Ministries as well, and what that all entails. Anything else you'd like to add?
No, that covers it nicely.
Right. You want me to lead us into meditation, or would
Sure.
you like to?
No, that'd be good.
All right. So we're going to go ahead and go into meditation. Again, if you're newer at this, you can just relax. I'm going to guide us into a meditation. And typically I'll talk just for a couple minutes, and then we'll spend a period of time in silence. Often these meditations, about half an hour or so. And so in that time of silence, we ask that you just continue maintaining that inner focus that I'm going to present as I lead us into it. And then after that time, I'll go ahead and start talking again and bring us out of the meditation. And then after that, myself and Jim will go ahead and do a sharing, just like I was talking about. So if you'd like, you can close your eyes. That always helps to let go of any outer distractions, so that we can really begin to focus inwards and upwards, as we like to say. Just as all the spiritual teachers through the ages have always taught, to know God, we must go within. So in closing our eyes, it's a way to let go of the outer and our focus in the world, and just begin to bring our attention inwards. And we ask that you bring your attention to this place we call the seat of the soul. It's a place that physically resides right above the eyebrows, in the center of the top of the head. You may be aware of it like a circle. You may even feel it in the forehead or the top of the head as a presence, a pressure, or even a tingling, or a warm or cold sensation. Just as you draw your attention here, and as you do, you may begin to notice a peace and a warmth just even flooding your body. Some people even start to get chicken skin. So it's called the quickening, where we just begin to open to receive God's loving and grace. So just within yourself, have an intention of having that spiritual door, the spiritual eye within, just opening up and receiving God's loving and grace, that you may be blessed, cleansed, brought into balance, that you may let go of anything that no longer serves you, anything that may cause distress or disturbance. You can just let it go now and allow it to be carried away in that movement of loving. It often appears as a river of light and sound, that is God's Holy Spirit, that as we invite it in and allow it, it washes in us and through us, taking anything we're willing to release and let go of, so that we can let God. So just open and receive God's grace at this time. You may even begin to see it as an inner light that often appears as a golden white or a purple light. You may even see blue or pink. These are all frequencies of God's loving, as that action of the Holy Spirit comes forward to work with each of us as that divine spark, as we are all children of God. So just invite it in. Just open up and receive. And as well as having those sensations on the top of your head or body, or seeing an inner light, you may hear inner sounds as well. There's many sounds that may come forward. It can be as simple as a ringing, a high-pitched ringing in the ears, or even a bell. We've all heard the phrase, "For whom the bell tolls." Sounds of nature and musical instruments, or even the still small voice of God itself. Just listen closely as you hold yourself open in a place of receptivity and invitation. Just let go of any fear, concerns, or doubts or worries. Just know there's truly nothing to fear. That God's loving and grace always has our best interests at heart. And all we have to do is let go and receive. So just allow the grace to fill you. Allow the peace to surround you. And allow God's loving to unfold you. And through this action of God's light and sound, as we invite God in, we also now call ourselves forward. That from that place of the seat of the soul, that we begin to direct our attention and our loving beyond ourselves and upwards towards God, through the inner regions, the spiritual kingdoms. Just begin to direct your loving, whether you see it or hear it or feel it, or just having the intention within to love God, to direct your loving to God, even if you don't know or even believe in God. Just love God anyway, and just share your loving, however that comes forward. You may even simply just say, "God, I love you. I love you." You can even keep repeating that until you experience that movement of loving within you. And even if you don't, just continue anyway. Because at some point, the more we take the action, eventually it becomes a living truth. And to assist us, God has also given us a sacred name by which we can chant or sing as we call out in loving God, that we can hold our attention to. And through this is a way to share our loving with God. And through this is how we can as well lift ourselves into these higher regions of spirit. And so we're going to work with the sacred name of the hue, just as in the word human. Hue is the sacred name of God. That as we chant it or sing it out loud or silently within, that within the name is the frequency of God's loving. That as we share this, that as we love God, as we chant and sing this, it brings us forward beyond the personal self of the physical and moves us into that spiritual self, the soul, and lays out the loving before us as a pathway home to God. And so you can even see this as well as hear it as you chant it as a path of sound and light that connects us from the seat of our soul into the heart of God directly. And as we participate, it is simply a matter of taking action. And through our participation, paying attention and being aware as that spirit within us awakens to the truth of this living reality that exists within all of us. And so I'm going to chant the hue out loud just 3 times, and I ask that you join in with me if you wish, or just listen. And as I do, I ask that you just experience that frequency and direct that sound in your loving inwards and upwards towards the source that is God within. You're welcome to continue chanting the hue out loud or silently within yourself. Just allowing it to go before you and awaken the spirit within you. As we move into a time of silence now, just allowing each of you to continue the inner journey of chanting the hue of loving God. And at some point in the meditation, you can allow the hue and the chanting to come quiet, and you can go back into a place of receptivity where you just observe, watching the inner light, listening for the inner sounds, feeling that movement of loving, and allowing it to fill you. And you can go back to chanting again, and then back to receiving. For it is the back and forth in which we give and receive in this motion of loving that we bring ourselves into that greater oneness with God.
So just begin now to allow your attention to come back to the seat of the soul. Just allow that inner movement of loving to continue going on, even as you bring your awareness back into the body. Just keep your focus at the seat of the soul. That even as you listen and watch physically, that you continue to listen and watch spiritually, so that you begin to learn how to keep that door open within you to the spiritual and the spiritual to the physical, that it remains an open channel for that loving to move between your soul and God. When you're ready, open your eyes. It's coming a little more present. Wow. Okay. Well, it's nice. For me in the meditation, love and blessings. There's a lot of love and blessings coming forward today, and those are the two words that showed up in the meditation. I guess just like I was describing going into as we went into meditation. I know a lot of people, when they begin to look at a spiritual pathway or even maybe a religious approach to God, that often there's this action of prayer and blessings. And of course, loving is part of that, but that may not be always the case, depending on how we are brought up to view God and spirit and all, because there's a lot of dogma and different religious beliefs and all that, that we deal with, that we have learned, that whether they're true or not, it's things we have to work with. But a big part of most spiritual actions, there is that action of blessings, and it's often tied in with prayer, because often it says we ask for things or pray for things, that a lot of what we're asking for is God's blessings, to have those blessings showered upon us, to be brought to us, that we may step into, that in some way or another that our life be blessed. And a lot of the times we look at that as physical situations in our life that we ask for God's blessings or things we pray about, whether it's our health or somebody else's health or our financial well-being or situations or circumstances in our physical life that we ask for God's blessings. And a lot of the times we have predetermined conditions or results that we would like out of those prayers and asking for those blessings. And it's very interesting, though, if we really pay attention, how many times have you noticed in your asking that really God's blessings have come forward, but maybe not in the way that we expected? That's what I have found a lot in my life, that those blessings have really unfolded in me and around me. But often, I should say probably most of the time, that the things I've always wanted or asked for in the way I thought I wanted them or asked for them, that it didn't turn out that way. But yet, something would come forward. And as it came forward, I would definitely experience in some way what I would call blessing, where I literally feel, like for me, I'm a feeler, so I'll often feel like a washing, like this presence or tingling from the top of my head and just pouring through me. That's what I would say, probably being showered in God's blessings. So that's often a feeling for me. And often it can be certain physical situations or circumstances that might trigger that. But it's also because I try to stay spiritually aware at the seat of the soul here, to be open to that movement of spirit however it shows up. And it's funny because so many times in my life, and I really think back, especially like 20 years ago, when my life changed a lot, I was asking for things, but boy, when my life changed, I realized I got everything I really wanted and asked for, but in a completely different way than what I wanted it. For me, my example was, as I was saying 20 years ago, well, just over 20 years ago, probably 21 now, I was wanting to have a relationship and a family. That's one of my prayers. You know, just like everybody wants. Okay, I want the perfect relationship, the perfect job, or some kind of, financial well-being, or some career or something to do, children, all of that. A lot of what is out there in the world that we want. So I've been praying and asking for that. And for many years, of course. At the time, I guess I would have been, what? I'm 55 now, right? So 21 years ago, I would have been 34. I was probably asking, wishing, praying for that since probably before my 20s. Probably like most of us in church in the teens. So all those years of seeking and searching and asking, and it was about the age of 23 when I started to have more of a spiritual perspective of life, that I began to meditate and to open to more of what we'd call spiritual actions beyond the physical. But of course, a lot of those human desires and wants, they just remain there and all of that. And I was like everybody else, asking for all the prayers and blessings for my physical life, not necessarily looking at the spiritual journey or the spiritual action of meditation as one of going home to God, but rather having God come to my life here to bless me and to bless my life. And so that's a lot of how I approached God and how I approached meditation and the spiritual action or spiritual pathway, as we call it here. And so I'd done that for many years, of course, struggling, going in and out of different relationships, different jobs, always searching the next one. Because every time I thought it was coming up, like, this is the one, right? What did we often do? This is my soulmate. This is the perfect job. And then we find out it's not. And so then everything falls apart, and we don't think God's blessings or grace are with us. Everything falls apart in life. And then we once again start praying over again, asking, searching. Then we go to the next job, the next relationship, the next whatever, and in search of that. And then finally something happens in life again, and we think, okay, is this the one? And so on and so forth, until we go through enough experiences that we often will get to a place like, wow, is it ever going to happen? Am I ever going to get what I want? And sometimes we even give up and wonder, is there really a God? Why bother praying? Why bother asking when I'm not getting what I want? And so these things often go on for years for people, and we struggle with that. And I did the same. And so after all my years of all this process, back in 1999, as things unfolded for me, well, at one point in my life, everything started coming together and falling apart all at the same time. I have this phrase, a lot of people say shit happens. I have this phrase, I put an F in there and go, shift happens, where finally something in life happens where there's a big shift and we experience a transition. Well, it's funny because right up towards the end of 1999, that transition happened for me. And as it did, everything changed. The relationship I was in came to an end. The job I had was coming to an end. Where I was living was coming to an end. And it was at that time everything opened up for me in a magnificent spiritual way, and at the same time a physical way. And it was at that time when the doors opened up for me to come over here and work with Jim in Inner Light Ministries. And really deep down inside of me, that's what I'd always wanted, to really serve God in the greatest way possible and preferably directly. But it wasn't necessarily the prayer or what I had wanted the way I wanted it. Because as I came into Interlight Ministries, I moved, I had a new job, obviously, new relationships, everything. And it's funny because I don't remember if it was how long it was into the process, but somewhere over the next year I realized as I came into Interlight Ministries, they're like, oh my God, I got everything I wanted, not the way I wanted. I didn't have the wife, I didn't have the kids, I didn't have the job in the world and career as the world would say, even though I guess I could say being a minister is my career, but I don't look at it that way. It's more my service. That I actually got all that because I got the relationship with God, with my soul, with myself, in this with Jim, my best friend. And then I got, well, not just one or two kids, more like 100 or 200, and then a couple hundred more. Called our congregation, called our initiates and disciples, called the seekers, and those of you that are watching, the meditators, those that are wanting to learn about this. And that's what I would call my spiritual family. So literally, I got everything I wanted, but in a completely different way than what I had thought and that I wished for, that I prayed for. And it's funny because I think, I really don't remember the year, but I remember this movie. It's called Under the Tuscan Sun. That movie, I forget the actress's name, what was it? Oh my gosh. But in that movie, it's funny because in that movie I remember this lady, she went through all this change, job, divorce, everything, and moved to Italy. And in this complete transformation of life, that right towards the end of the movie, and sorry if I'm blowing it for some of you, that she realizes she got everything she wanted, but it was completely different than the way she had expected or thought she wanted it. And that's why I liked the movie. And that's when it really brought that home and made me realize, oh my God, that's exactly what happened for me. It's like I had really gotten everything I wanted, and even more so, because in that spiritual action, the spiritual family, my experience, my spiritual relationships, it's filled with grace and loving, and that's what I call the real blessings. And it's in that I have found a greater fulfillment than ever I was seeking in the world. Because everything I was seeking in the world, it was always another disappointment, another letdown, another whatever. And then moving on, another shift. Yep, another shift happened. And then continuing on. And I was always looking for the next. But I'll tell you what, in 21 years now, there's been no next. I'm still here, still in these relationships, still have all these kids and having more kids that are coming along. Still getting to live the dream job, still getting to do all that was truly inside of me that I wanted, that I had prayed for, but it looks completely different than what I thought. But yet is a bigger blessing that has been going on for 21 years now for me that just continues. And that's the beauty of it. It hasn't changed, but of course there's been a lot of changes within all that's unfolded over the last 21 years. But yet I'm still here in the same relationship, still doing the same thing. But it's always fresh and new. Because something else always comes forward. Something else always lets go. Such as in life. So part of what I'm trying to share in my story here is that a lot of the times when we pray for things and we think we want things to be a certain way, we have it like a predetermined result of how we want it. that maybe those things you've been asking for and the blessings, maybe they are in your life, but maybe because of the preconditioning and the desires and attachments of how we want it to be, in our willfulness, in other words, that maybe we're really missing the way that the blessings really are there for us. And all we have to do is be willing to let go of our attachment to the way we want things to be. And in that letting go is how we now open to now really receive the blessings of all that we've been asking for. And believe me, it always looks different than the way you think it will. And that's probably one of the biggest lessons I've learned in all this, is that life always looks different than the way that I thought it would, or the way that I thought I wanted it. And I say the way I thought I wanted it, I use that all the time now because that's always been the case. I think I want something, and then it doesn't happen, and I struggle with it. I get stressed out, upset. How come I can't have it? How come I can't get it? How come I can't create it? Until eventually I go through enough of the struggle and I let go. And then in my letting go, it all changes. And then the very thing I wanted actually shows up, but it's different. That's why I always say the way I thought I wanted it. Because you see, the other part of what I've learned inside of me, inside my heart, I know there's a knowing of what I do want. It's just as it's interpreted through the mind or the imagination, it looks completely different. And that is probably one of the biggest struggles, not only have I seen in my own life, but in most of the people that I really see in life in general. And boy, I'll tell you what, it makes a lot of sense when we always talk about let go and let God. That letting go is one of the biggest keys that I have found in order to let God. Because in that letting go, I open up and now can receive what God has to give to me, to bring to me, or to bring me into. Because it can go either way. It can be both the coming to us or us going to it. It's still the same thing. It's bringing us together. And that's the process we want to be open to. But in order for that to happen, we have to be willing to let go so that it can happen. But boy, when it does happen, that's where we all feel blessed. And I know everybody watching has some reference in their life that has been the case. And all you've got to do is look back, whether it's just a little thing in your life or some major big transformation like what I was just sharing. Somewhere in there you have a reference. All we've got to do is look within ourselves and realize and come aware, what did we do to allow those blessings to come forward? And how did we even recognize those blessings when they showed up? It is that inner awareness that is the spiritual component that we want to begin to pay more attention to as we walk our journey of life. Not just the spiritual pathway and spiritual journey, but as we walk our life. Because our life itself is the spiritual journey. It is a spiritual pathway. Granted, right now I may be talking a little bit more about the physical, but am I really? Maybe we find ourselves in the physical experiencing here now, but what were we doing before we were born? What are we going to be doing after we die? That greater journey of the continuous movement of the soul's life, that is the real life I'm speaking of. And the blessing that actually is. That's the funny thing. We ask for blessings, and when we're going through hell, we don't feel like we're blessed. What if the going through hell was the blessing because that's what we had to walk through to get to heaven? Have we ever even thought of looking at it that way? Or did we just judge it as hell?
And then when we get through, we thank God that we're through it. But when we're in it, we curse it. We damn it to hell because that's where we're at. What would happen if we started praying and blessing hell and blessing ourselves and everyone else while we're going through it, where normally we would curse it and condemn it? What would happen if we started blessing all of that? Interesting. Something you want to think about? Or is it something you'd rather try out and actually do and see what the results are? Well, that I highly encourage is experimentation. Because in this journey of life, have you noticed it's about experience? Well, the same thing is spiritually. We have to have spiritual experience to really have the greater understanding of that side of life. It's no different in that regard. True spirituality is not about a theology or philosophy, a religion, a belief system, any of that. True spirituality is an experiential process of living life, but living it from a different perspective, a higher perspective, really from the soul's perspective, the truth of who we are, to look at it through the eyes of spirit, which is loving. Just like I was saying, what if we're walking through blessings right now, but we don't even realize it because of where our focus is? Maybe it's not coming out of spirit. Maybe it's because we're looking through our emotions or our mind and our belief systems of the way things are supposed to be, and because they're not that way, it's not blessed. Something's wrong. It's cursed. But if we simply lift our attention and our perspective to the soul, that we come to the place of loving and view our life from the place of loving, that is what I'm encouraging. That we do that. And then let's see how we perceive our life. When I've done that, in living that loving, I have not only seen the blessings right there, even in the midst of darkness, but it is at those times when I finally move my perception to that place, that is where now, because I have moved myself there, not only to see the blessings of loving and God's grace unfold in me and through me and unfold me, but it's simply because I have moved my awareness and attention here, that itself I have seen be the cause of transformation to make shift happen. Got to tie my jokes in there somehow. Just that movement of where I hold my attention itself is what I have found to make the greatest difference. To not only recognize God's blessings, but to truly now live God's blessings. So rather than looking at life that we are the victim or the result or the effect of some other cause, what if we lift ourselves to the soul and rather live life rather than a cause or an effect, but rather to live life as the blessing. In living life as that blessing, we see then that we are the blessing that is the cause and the effect, both. Why be the cause or the effect? Why not be the blessing that is all of it? Because maybe that is the truth, is that we really are all of it. But we simply have not allowed ourselves to live that truth of who we are as the blessing. So maybe in all of our prayers and asking for God's blessings is not even about blessings as we would see things or circumstances outside of us and what we experience. That maybe in that journey of going through all that is what it takes for us to finally wake up and realize who or what the blessing really is. And that's what I put out there today for each of you to consider and how you live your life. And if you would really like to know the way by which, here's my sales pitch, that's what it sounds like. If you'd like to know how, for $9.99 you can get this course. If you would like to know the way by which we can actually live and move our beingness to that place in which I am speaking. Well, that way is free to all, and it's always been around. Some people just call it meditation, but come on, folks, there's all kinds of meditations out there. You can meditate on anything. Whatever you focus on, you can meditate on it. So what are we meditating on? Well, Brian, don't I just have to focus on the blessings then if I want to wake up to the blessing? Well, maybe. But why not wake up to the source of all blessings? That's the meditation, the way that we share and hear. This path of sun and light we talk about is often referred to as the way or the path, just as Jesus called it the way. That way by which the soul awakens into the greater truth from where it's come and where it's going, and into the truth of who its creator is, and that it'll return. That through this way, with the action of meditation and the sacred name of God, that way is the way by which we can awaken into the blessings and the blessings that we are. Because when we awaken to the truth of who we are and knowing our oneness with God, that is the greatest blessing of all. And that is the blessing in which we are moving into. Okay.
Turn my mic on so you can hear me this time. Well, for years and years, I often would start my sharings with when I was a child. Well, today it's about more when I was a teenager. And as a child, I had opened up to God a great deal. I had learned a great deal about God and my relationship with God and with Spirit and with my own soul. But as a teenager, I learned how the world can pull us away from all that very easily. As a child and in my innocence, I was really focused on that which I loved, which was God. And I was really ever holding my attention inward and upward to stay in that space that I loved to be in. And I found that there were a few things in the world that would try to pull me out, such as my friends yelling at me to come and play football or baseball, or just certain things. But I always found that ultimately, after I'd given in to the world and gone and done some of the world, I wanted to go back inside and really spend my time where I had been spending it for a long time, with God and with my own soul and spirit. And that was done then through a practice of meditation that was prayer, a prayerful action. But it wasn't prayer in the same sense that that you might call going to church and praying. It was very different. And later I found out that I was doing a form of meditation without really understanding it. But when I was a teenager, the world really pulled on me in a greater way. There was a lot more energy out in the world that called and demanded and wanted me. And in some ways, I had to participate because I was moving out more and more out into the world. I was going to be eventually graduating. I had to think about what I was going to do after school, after high school, and whether I was going to go to college or go for a job or go for a career. What was it? I had to think about myself in relationships and what was I going to do in relationships, and did I want a relationship, and what kind of relationship did I want? And it was just those kind of pressures, those kind of energies that came in on me at that teenage time. And I still kept my inner focus very active in many ways, but I also found I was torn. I was having to participate in the world and do what the world needed of me and that I needed to do for myself, but I also really wanted to stay inside and just focus on God. And at one point, I decided, well, then I'll become a minister. I'll go ahead and be a minister, and at least then I can spend my time inside the church and be with God and have it look natural, and people won't be wondering about me like if I'm a little off or something. But that didn't unfold right for me. It wasn't quite what I wanted because I really wasn't looking for the religious in life. I was looking for the spiritual. And there's a big difference between the religious and the spiritual. And I'm sure many of you are beginning to see that now, if you haven't seen it before now, that there is a big difference because the religious is more focused in our outer activity, our outer way of doing God, our worship, our prayerfulness in the world, where the spiritual practice is more about the inner. It's not about how we look outside or what we do outside. It's about what we're doing inside with ourselves. And it is a very different focus, a very different way of living life between the religious and the spiritual. And so I began to realize that I did not want the religious. I had gone and tried out church and for years thought maybe I was going to find what I wanted there as I was trying to find it inside in my spiritual practice. But then I found that that was really hollow. It never really fulfilled what I was looking for. But every time I would go back inside in my prayerful, meditative state and just really be in communion with God and with my own soul, I knew that that was where the wholeness was. That's where I really wanted to be living my life, even if I had to go and do the world. And so I began to look and see how can I balance that inner and that outer so that I could live a life that would be fulfilling for me and meaningful to me. And at first I had no idea for sure how I was going to do that. And I graduated from high school and I decided I wasn't going to go to college. And I went and got my first job 2 weeks after I got out of high school. And when I went to work, I worked as a bag boy at a grocery store, my very first job in my life. And I started working there, and I was I was moving towards becoming a cashier pretty quick because they could see I really knew what I was doing and I could handle things very well. And so I would come in the morning, I would sign in, and then I would come up front and I would have 3 or 4 of the checkout people asking me to bag for them, only for them. And it turned out that I was the favorite. And I thought, oh, this is nice. I didn't know why, but I started bagging for individual ones and just stayed there and bagged regularly. And it was fun. I enjoyed it. But I also enjoyed being with the people, being with the the checker and talking with them and being with the individuals coming through and listening to them and talking if they wanted to. And one day, I guess about a month into my job there, a gentleman came up to me and said, "Could you carry my groceries out?" And I said, "Sure." And he didn't have many, but I thought, okay, I'll do it, because that's what we did back then. You carried the groceries out as well. And so as we were walking out, he said, "How do you like working here?" And I said, "I like it a lot. It's very nice. I like the people." And he said, "Well, if I could give you a job similar to this that pays you a little bit more, would you be interested?" And I said, "Wow, I don't know. How much would it pay more?" And he told me, and it was enough to tempt me. And so I said, "Let me look at it and let me call you tomorrow and I'll give you an answer." Well, I took it. I went on and moved on to the next job. And I realized at that moment that he saw something in me, because I didn't really know him. I didn't really remember him in the lines before, but he saw something in me that said, "This is one person you want to hire." And I looked to see what was it that he could have seen in such a short time that made that impression on him. And I realized it's because I put myself out. I care about people. I listened to them. I shared with them. And I was warm. It was a real connection, not just, "Oh yeah, well, I'm glad you're having a good day," whatever it would be. And a lot of the checkers were like that. So when I went to work over there, they trained me for this new position. And I saw him one day and I said, "Can I ask you a question? Why did you hire me? Why did you want to hire me? Because, I don't know you and I don't remember you in the line very much." And he says, "Well, I don't shop there. I shop over here by where we were working." And he said, "But I walked in to just see if I could find somebody unique or different that carried a certain energy that I would want to hire for a new position that we have open. And that's where you are now." And I said, "Well, what was the uniqueness that you were looking for?" And he said, "A realness, an open, honest, real person, and not somebody who's hiding and phony and afraid." And you weren't that. You were really wonderfully warm, very open and available. And that's what we need. And so I thought, okay, that I was enjoying doing. And that I could really bring the loving that I know inside myself forward and share it with others. And that was my action. That's where I found my joy in that job. And so I thought, okay, now I can do that here. And so I did. And I began doing my job that I was trained into and kept, my personal connections with people as they were coming in to shop and whatever. And I built up a nice little bit of a clientele that would come in and ask for me. And one day, about 4 months after I started working there, a gentleman walked up to me and he said, could I talk to you at lunch? I'll be glad to take you out for lunch, and I just want to share some things with you." And I thought, wow, this is weird. I don't even know him, but okay, I'll go to lunch with you. And so he came up, he pulled up in a car, picked me up on my lunch hour. We went off and ate across the street. And he told me, he said, I need to hire you for a job I have. And I said, inside I was kind of like, really? This is how it works? I thought, this is amazing how this world works. And so I said, "So what is the job?" And he described it to me and everything. And so I asked him right then, I said, "Why do you want to hire me out of all the people that are in that store?" And he said, "Because you're the only one that people come to and want to have them wait on them." And he said, "Everybody else is just, you'll take whatever you get. But these people that are coming to you, they come to you because there's something about you that keeps them returning. And that's what I want in my place." Well, I said, okay. And I thought about it for a moment sitting there, and this energy inside of me kept nudging me, just say yes, just say yes, just say yes. And I wanted to do the same thing I had done before and say, well, can I call you tomorrow for to tell you yes or no? But this energy was so strong, I just said, okay, I'll take the job. And I hadn't asked the one question I needed to really ask. And I said, well, where is it? What is it that I'll be doing? And he said, well, it's a paint and hardware store. And I gulped, like, really? I mean, that's not in my makeup at all. I never have painted anything, a house, a car, or anything. I've never handled hardware. I've never done anything like that. He says, you'll learn it. You'll learn it. And he says, I'll train you. Others will train you. If you have a question, you just ask us. And people will understand, even the customers that come in, that if you don't know something, they'll wait to have you get the information. And I thought, wow, okay, this is a big step. Because now I was going to be stretching myself in another way, which was out in the world, and not just stretching myself inside. Stretching myself inside was learning how to bring this energy forward that I had found inside of my loving and caring for others, and sharing it with others in a more open way. But having to learn more about the world, oh my God, paint and spray equipment and nails and screws and hammers and equipment of all kind, I just wasn't sure I was ready for that. But I had said yes. So I thought, okay, well, I'll do it. So I went back at the end of lunch and gave them my notice, and I went on to the next job in a couple of weeks. And I started. I walked in and I was just like totally amazed. This was a freak out world for me. I had never really had to deal with paint or hardware or any of that type of element. So I walk in and I'm walking around, and it's really nerve-wracking for me. And it was hard for me to stay centered inside myself because the world was demanding and needing, and I needed to understand the world I was now in. I wonder if you've ever felt that. And so I felt as I started, I couldn't pull that connection from within out to be with people so much easier than I used to be. And it was a struggle. But it was a struggle because I was doubting myself. I was in a little fear and doubt and kind of concern. And so that doubt and that fear and that concern sort of blocked that flow that I had been creating and really living in and enjoying for the last few months. And as I was moving through the store over the next few days, I realized I've got to figure this out. I've got to figure this out. So what I did is begin to learn on my own and try to find out all that I could on my own and begin to get comfortable with the store. And within weeks, I had people coming and asking just for me. And that's what they wanted. That's what this man hired me to do. And all of a sudden I realized it had happened, and somehow I had created an opening again because I invested myself in what was there for me to do. I learned it, I got involved in it, and I knew how to do it. And sure enough, very quickly, I was the one who was mixing the colors of paint for different people. They would come in and say, they'd have a piece of cloth and then say, oh, I need that blue right there for a wall that I'm painting. And I'd go, okay, we'll leave this here for a couple of days and I'll have it. And I found I could easily match that color. And they'd come in and go, oh my God, that's it. And they would come back again, or they would recommend me for other people. And then soon I had contractors coming to me. And I was just at the paint mixing machine all day long most of the time, mixing paints, matching colors. And that's what I was now known for in San Antonio for that purpose. And I had people sometimes standing in a line waiting for me to wait on them. And it was very rewarding, very fulfilling to really be needed and wanted. But it also was very fulfilling for me to see what I had created for myself. And I realized I created it because I put myself out there. I invested myself into what I was doing. And I didn't let these blocks inside of me stop me. And so that's a key that I learned as a teenager. And I have applied it the best I could all my life, not to let something stand between me and my inner truth, between me and God. Because I don't want that misconnection. I don't want that emptiness that comes with not having that connection flowing. And so I found very quickly, and I am ever reminded, the world will ever remind you and throw these things at you to try to block you. I'm ever reminded, just keep investing myself into my life, into this action that I'm doing in the world. And do it with loving, do it with caring, do it with kindness, and do it with attention. Pay attention. And in that, you're going to learn so much about yourself as well as about the world. And I did. I learned so much about myself when I would be standing there talking with people all day from all different careers in their lives, all different angles of life. And I learned so much about myself by listening to them and talking with them and sharing my truth with them. And I had one experience that stands out among all of them. I was busy working with some people, and this woman came in, and she waited and waited. And when they left, I asked her if I could help her, and she said, well, I'm not here to buy anything. I'm just here. I need some boxes. I have to move right away. And I've been to a few stores, and I've got a couple of boxes, but they're all small and not really going to do the job. Do you have any larger boxes that I could get? And I said, well, wait a minute. Let me go check. We throw our boxes back in the back to go into the trash bin at the end of the day. Let me go see what's out there. And so I went out, and there was no boxes, which was very, very unusual. And I went to the trash bin, and they had just picked up all the trash, all the boxes. And so I went back in, and I looked around as I was walking through the store, and I went, well, shoot, I can empty these boxes and empty these boxes and stack the cans up because nobody wants the boxes, and take some boxes up to her. And I did. I took a few minutes, and I emptied the boxes, brought the boxes up to her. We put them in her trunk, and she drove away. And I never thought anything else about it. And years later, I was at another job that I had at a health food store. I was now the manager of a health food store rather than becoming an assistant manager and the manager later on of the hardware and paint. And so one day she walked in, and I'm helping her with some vitamins and stuff, and she said, oh my God, did you used to work at a paint store or something? And I said, yeah, I did. And I told her where it was. And she said, I came in there and I asked you for some empty boxes. And you took a little while, but you brought all these boxes up for me, and it was just what I needed, and I got moved, and everything was just great. But there was something about how you did that and what you did for me that has changed my life. That event of just you loading those boxes in my car and helping me that way changed my attitude about who I am. You made me feel worthy. And in making me feel worthy, I gained a value of myself that I had never had before in my life. And I don't know how you did that. I don't know why you did that. But I just have to thank you. Because that was the most powerful moment in my life. And that still motivates me and moves me today. in a way that I wasn't doing before that moment. And I don't know how that happened. I don't know why that happened, but I have to thank you for that. Well, all I knew was I just was doing what I've always done, and that is live my life fully from the inner to the outer, sharing the truth, sharing the loving, sharing the caring, and being myself in that way. And it was such a reward to me to hear somebody acknowledge that and know it. They didn't understand it, but they knew that something had happened in a wonderful way, and that she felt acknowledged and could honor herself now in a way that she couldn't before. So that's what life is really about. It's about waking up inside and seeing and knowing and becoming who you truly are as a soul, as a loving being, as I say, the living, loving essence of the Lord. And be that, know that inside yourself, and then begin to live it into the world around you. Don't just live it inside and struggle out here. Live it inside and live it out here. And it makes a huge difference. I have seen things change over and over in my life in wonderful ways, miracle ways. And people look at it and go, how did you do that? What is going on? Why are you doing that and I don't know how? It's because I have got that connection inside with my own self, the true self, my soul. And I ask you, if that's what you want in your life, to have that connection, do the meditation. Do the meditation daily. I know that that can be difficult for some people because they have full lives, their days are full, and they just work hard to get to the bed at night to go get some sleep. But make some time every day to spend with God, to spend with yourself, to wake up to your own soul, and to find that inner loving, and to live that inner truth that you are. Who you are in spirit and who you are in the world may be very different. And maybe you don't know that there's a different you inside to be discovered. Maybe you just know that outer being that you are, that outer person and how you live your life. And maybe what you learn from others about how to live your life isn't working. It may have worked for them, but it's not working for you. And maybe what you want to do is go inside and find out who you are and find out what works for you and begin to do that instead. That's what I've done over and over. I've had people come in and tell me, this is how you have to do it. This is who you're supposed to be. This is how it has to look. And I do that for a while and then it's empty. It's not real to me. It's not fulfilling to me. And I just bring my true essence back into the action, and voila, it's just amazing the difference. Just amazing. So spend time finding out who you are. ILM, we ask you to do meditation. We ask you to do self-study, and we ask you to look at service. Meditation is what we just did a while back with Brian in the beginning of this meeting. That's just going inside and holding our attention with God and sharing our loving with God and receiving God's loving. And start living in that flow of the divine loving that we are a part of as soul. And that allows your soul to begin to awaken and to come forward and to manifest itself to you in very, very, very real ways. And self-study is begin to study yourself. Begin to understand who you really are. Why do I say things this way? Why do I think this way? Why do I feel this way? What do I really want? Do I really want all these things I think I want? Or is there something other than that I really want? believe me, if you begin to do self-study, you're going to discover a whole different person than you've always been dealing with before, inside of you and outside of you. I know it. I've tried it. I've done it. As a teenager, I tried to live my life the way all my friends were living. And I hate to say it, but it was awful. It was miserable. It was so unpleasant. And yet when I would go back inside and really live my connection with Spirit, with the loving, with my own true self, I was always happy in the midst of the storms. I was always there in my loving, present with situations to assist as best I could. And my boat didn't get rocked so much as I saw other people's boats getting rocked. So look and see what it is you want in your life. Spend some time really evaluating and then begin doing. Action is the reward. Take action and the reward will be there. If you keep on reacting, you're just going to get more reaction. You'll get more reaction stirred up inside of you, and the world will just love to present all the reaction it can if you just allow it. But if you take action, the world kind of gets quiet for a moment and goes, okay, what are we doing? What are you doing? Why are you doing this? That's not how I know how to participate with you. And you can move yourself through situations very quickly and into a better place. And you can let go of all those things that cause you disturbance and walk into something where there's fulfillment and peace and all that you're looking for. And like Brian said, it may not be what you thought you were looking for, but ultimately it will be more than you were looking for. More. Because inside you're going to find that happiness, that joy, that peace, that fulfillment in who you are and living that who you are in all that you do. So I just invite you to begin spending some time in meditation every day. And it was interesting because when I was meditating with everybody just a little while ago, the same thing happens to me quite often, and I have to focus myself through it, and that is all the distractions that the world has to offer, all the things that my body consciousness is wanting or needing, it thinks it needs, it wants it, and just whatever can come in as a distraction will come in to try to take me off on another tangent rather than meditate. Well, let's worry about this. Well, let's think about this. Well, how do I get that? And I see all that energy coming in once in a while, not all the time, but when it does, I just sit here quietly and let it chatter away and let it do what it's going to do. And then I just focus upward. I focus inward and upward to the seat of the soul and beyond, into spirit. And I just keep bringing my focus back here, back here, back here, while all this is going on, saying, no, look out here. Well, come over here. You've got to do this. I just go back inside and I say, not now. I'm doing my meditation. I'm doing my relationship with God. And after a while, all that energy, if you keep bringing yourself back into your focus inside, all that will drop away. And you can begin to really truly have that inner focus, that inner awareness, and begin to wake up and know the truth for yourself. Now, I call it God because it has been God to me ever since I was 5 years old, and I had an awakening with that. But it may be something else that you would call that energy that is loving, that energy that is caring, that energy that brings peace. It doesn't matter what you call it. What matters is that you wake up to it. You wake up to it and begin to acknowledge it and begin to live it more fully. Who are you really? who are you really? Are you that which is living into the world every day? Are you really all that? Is there anything more to you than what you do in the outer world? I would say yes, there is. There's a real you. There's a true you inside that maybe you haven't discovered. And all you have to do is look inside. Spend time every day going into meditation. Meditation is simply closing your eyes, bringing your attention to a certain point, and chanting the hue or the anti-hue, and begin to wake up inside. And we chant the hue or the anti-hue because those are like mantras that help bring ourselves to a one-pointed focus. And that's what meditation is about, a one-pointed focus that will lift us up above all that is of the world, that is all of the physical, emotional, mental self, and lift us up to begin to be aware of that other part of ourselves that oftentimes we don't see because we're so busy looking outside. We have to look inside to see this part of ourselves. And that's what meditation is about. It's about looking inside to discover the truth of who you are. And I know who you are. We are all the same in the greater truth of things. We are loving. We are loving. And in that loving is all that we're looking for. Peace, joy, gratitude, enthusiasm, abundance, everything. It's right inside of us. And if we can begin to live into that and let it flow in and through us, into our daily life, it will draw to you those things that you are to have. Not necessarily that you've been longing for and needing and, oh my God, I've got to get. It will bring to you those things that are for you, that will serve you, that will nurture you, that will take care of you, that will awaken you more. And it's a wonderful blessing to have that happening in your life. And to me, when Brian talked about blessings, those are the blessings. Those are the true blessings. And you will see the gifts of spirit and the gifts of the world laying at your feet for you to partake of. But it's up to you to go inside and connect into that truth, into that reality for yourself. So this is what I learned as a teenager. By the time I was 21, I was a manager of a store, doing quite well, and moving on to become a manager of another store, and yet another store. I didn't do college in the world, but I did an inner college, if you will, of awakening and learning and knowing the truth of who I am inside. And that was where the blessings lie, and that's where the blessings flow from, and that's the blessings that will fill your life if you can allow it. And I say can allow it, because you are the one who has to make that available to you. By spending time every day doing meditation, going inside, and allowing that to happen, you're going to be amazed. It's gradual. It's not instantaneous. You can't do it in one day. I don't know that you can do it in a week, but you can do it. And however long it takes, you just keep doing it and you'll see it unfold before you. So I invite you to spend some very different time in your life, if you haven't already, doing meditation. And we have meditations online to listen to. We have different things, materials to study and to read about self-study, growth for yourself. So that's my story of when I was a teenager. All right. Well, very good.
Okay. Looks like we're finishing a little bit earlier today, so it's just a little bit before 3 o'clock over here. What? What? 40 minutes. Yeah. So we're going to go ahead and take a break now. We'll get back a little bit earlier than what we would usually start, go till about 4, start at 4 o'clock and go to 6. But we're usually done closer to 3:15, 3:30. So we'll start back here about 3:45. So we have about 45, 48 minutes or so to take a break, and just leave your computers on or wherever you're watching from and listen in. You'll see us getting back here and all. But while we're on break, we'll be having a slide come up and let you know. It'll say 4 o'clock, but again, about 3:45, we'll come back and we'll do Q&A. If you have any questions, please write in. It'll be up there on the slide again when we're done here and on the break. It'll give you the email address to write your questions into. It's at info@ilm.org. So info@ilm.org. And regardless of where you're watching from, on our website or Facebook or YouTube, go ahead and write into that email. And then when we're back from break, Kelsey will be reading the questions and Jim and I will be answering them. So have a good break, and we'll see you back in just over 45 minutes. On
Well, welcome back. Or welcome if you're just joining us for the question and answers. Ooh, can you talk? This came loose.
Is it on?
Yeah.
All right. Well, we're just getting settled in here and making sure everything's all set to move into the Q&A time here for the rest of the afternoon. So just giving the technical team here a minute to make sure everything's rolling and we're good to go. Hopefully everything's broadcasting all right. And you all hear us and see us.
Somehow it got all bent up.
Jim might need help with his earpiece microphone.
I don't know what happened.
It's fine there.
Okay. There.
Did you
Technology.
turn it on or off?
That's on. Technology. So this is our question and answer section. And again, remember, if you have a question, please send your questions to ILM. I'm
Really?
sorry. info@ilm.org. I do that all the time. info@ilm.org.
What were you going to say? ILM@info.org?
I don't know what I was going to say. Probably. I wouldn't be surprised.
ILM@ilm.org?
Yeah.
All right.
We're just waiting for everything to get up so we can see what the questions are.
Okay. Oh, wow. We have questions.
Cool.
And Brian has answers.
Okay, so these are dreams. 2 dreams, both with driving. I'm driving on a freeway. I think I'm drunk or something or out of it a bit. The car's really speeding. I'm swerving around cars, but it's dangerous. I'm not totally in control of it, and there's other cars out ahead of me on the right side. I cross over to the left side because there's no cars there, and the cars are still speeding. I'm seeing out ahead a roadblock. Somehow, I am able to stop the car before I crash, and before I get to where I see there's a guard there. Not sure if a cop or a guard. I start backing up, but the guard wants to talk to me. I'm afraid he's going to notice that I'm drunk and I'm trying to act straight. He talks to me for a bit, then tells me turn around so that I can get back into the right lane at the opening. The car is driving at a normal speed now, not out of control. I don't feel drunk anymore. I woke as I was about to get back in the right lane. I'm driving down the street. So this is the second one. Do you want me to?
Let me just say,
Yeah.
what that first dream is about is the fact that oftentimes we'll get in a hurry in our life and we'll just be going at a pace that really isn't a good pace for us to be at because we don't pay attention so well. And that was just Spirit telling you, turn around and move over to the right, which is moving towards Spirit rather than the left lane, moving into the right lane, which would be going more into a spiritual focus. And then all of a sudden you were sober, you were going at a good speed, and everything was fine. And so It's telling you that sometimes when we get caught up in the world, we just react and go fast for no reason whatsoever and really pay no attention. And it's telling you just stay focused in spirit first and you'll get where you're going in the right ways, the right speed. That's how I was interpreting my dream, if it was mine.
And it's not uncommon when you're having dreams like that, that's how your life feels at the moment.
Yeah.
That literally, it may seem out of control and you're coming up on a roadblock and things aren't right. That's often what can be going on inside of our consciousness with whatever's going on in life at that moment. But if you're meditating and all, then you're going to have experiences like you had in there and like Jim just explained that'll bring us back on track. That's what the grace of God does. We just have to give it the opportunity by doing the meditation.
Mm-hmm.
I'm driving down the street. I see this similar white older truck, and it's towing a whitish gold new smaller SUV. Both are working and in good condition. I think that is exactly what I want or need. I pull into the service station and go up to the counter to see the pair of vehicles closer up. There is a person in line ahead of me that wants them also. While waiting, I think I'd be set up for retirement. I have my main use of the new gold smaller SUV, and the old white truck would be great for camping. I could unattach them and just use one and leave the other. Very functional and economical. The man at the counter finishes and leaves. Then I talk to the older guy behind the counter and tell him that I would really like these and the price is a great deal. I don't remember the details, but the old man said that it would be mine, or I was deserving of it, not the other guy that was ahead of me that wanted it. There was more, but I went unconscious and my writing is illegible. If you could please share about the symbols and what this represents. Much love.
Go ahead. Well,
I'm not.
the way that I would interpret it is it's telling you that those things that you want in your life, you really are worthy of and you can have. It's just a matter of allowing it and doing the things you have to do to bring that forward. And you may be blocking yourself, where if you just unblock yourself and give yourself permission to have those things that you want, that they will begin to manifest for you in maybe a surprising way. I mean, driving down the road and seeing exactly what you want and then being able to get it is kind of magical in a way. And it may just be that it'll be magical getting some of the things in life that you have been longing for a while. And it really is going to happen because, not, I can't say you're worthy, but that you've created the process by which it can come into your life easily. That's how I would interpret it. But you do have to take action. You had to go up and let the guy know what you wanted.
That's pretty nice.
Yeah.
So these, whether it matters or not, were from last class. Remember, there were a few Q&A left over.
Uh-huh.
So, okay. I heard a flute in meditation, and it repeated the same notes again and again. I followed it upward, and it seemed like I went up several levels and farther than normal. I don't usually hear or see things. I was grateful for the sound. When I was brought back from meditation by words, I felt myself being pulled back abruptly and landing back here. My heart was pounding out of my chest. This happens often and disturbs the peace I find in meditation. Is there an easier way to return back from meditation? Or why does this happen sometimes? Not wanting to come back here. Thanks for your support and guidance. Love you all.
You're on a roll. Go for it.
Well, there was a flute. Is that right? The flute is letting you know that you're moving into the soul realm. And so that's a good sign. And you want to just allow yourself to continue following the sounds as they come forward so that they can carry you higher. And there are 4 levels within the soul realm that we have to move through to go up above soul into spirit. So you were aware that you were moving through some of these levels, and that's good. And I don't remember, was there something else beyond that? Or then they began to move down?
Yeah, I was brought back from meditation by words. Yeah, then they were brought back down.
Okay. So, and I can understand the heart racing and not wanting to come back. That's understandable, especially when you're a place like that of peace and quiet and spirit and loving. And the body will sometimes react. I'm assuming that it's a real body reaction, and the body will react. I even feel that once in a while. Not exactly like you described, but I feel my body reacting. And so let that just be okay, and know that that's just going to be possibly your norm for a while, and just accept it and move forward, and don't struggle, don't try to change it. It'll change on its own as soon as the body consciousness becomes familiar that everything's okay, there's nothing to be disturbed or afraid of, and it'll relax into just having you come back when you come back.
I know, I wish there was another way sometimes to make it easier, but I've just found the same thing. It just kind of changes over time.
Yeah.
Because after a while, we learn to just relax and just let it unfold. Because after it happens a couple of times, you realize, okay, what else can I do other than to relax? Because otherwise it doesn't necessarily change. And if that was only just when we're doing a guided meditation that pulls you back, that's one thing. But if it's during your own meditations, I'd say make your meditations longer so you don't have something pulling you back.
Here's my question for Jim and Brian. Can sex prevent one from going higher towards the soul and spiritual realms? Thank you.
No, sex will not interfere whatsoever. There's a saying that is in the Bible, and it's a very, very profound saying to listen to, pay attention to, and live into. And that is, it's not what you do with the body, but what you do in the body that matters. So having sex with the body is not going to get in the way or block or disturb anything with the inner. You can have sex and then go into meditation and have soul realm experience. It's in your attitude, in your way of looking at things that makes the difference. If you think there's something wrong with sex, then it is going to block you from having more profound spiritual experience. Not because there is something wrong with sex, but it's because you think there is. So realize there's nothing wrong. You're doing what is natural for the body. And that's just what we're here to do, is to have experience in the body and with the body. And so go ahead and have the experience and the outer, but then also realize, and then you can sit right down and go into meditation and go right up into soul, if that's the place that you're anchored into now. So I give you permission to have sex.
It may not work while you're meditating, though.
Well, that's true. That's kind of challenging. And that's as far as we're going to go.
Yep.
Dear Hearts, Brian, Jim, and Kelsey, my question is about some insights that came up when I was doing some energetic healing recently. In the first part of the process, I was asking the energy from the previous owner of where I live to leave my physical body. It was like part of her got confused after she died and thought I was the light. and I had to explain that I wasn't the light and she had to leave. I had to get quite forceful and strongly tell her to leave and go into the light. In the second part of the process, I went back to when my father was dying, and I was saying to him over and over, no regrets. I realized that I was saying it not about my sexual abuse from him, as I had thought at the time, but about the abuse he had received as a young boy. I had an image of him in the corner crying, lost and alone. And then also had that same problem that as he was dying, he thought I was the light, and I told him to leave. He wouldn't leave, and I had to get very forceful to get him to go into the light. I have never heard anyone talk about people mistaking them for the light before when crossing over, and was not aware that I had been carrying these energies around with me. My question is, what suggestions do you have about claiming my physical body as here for my soul's experience in this lifetime? I feel like I have had other energies in it for most of my life, and that the process for me in the recent years has been to clear these and really connect with my physical body so that I can more fully experience this lifetime in the physical form. Thank you for your insights and suggestions.
Well, that's a challenge, and it's something you don't want to have, is having others, come to you thinking that you're going to be the solution. So the one thing I have to do, and I get people on the inner levels coming to me once in a while, looking to me as the light, and I've walked into a cemetery at Arlington in Washington, in Virginia, and had souls just coming at me in numbers because the light had finally come. And so I just sat down, meditated, and directed them upward to Jesus. I focused them to Jesus, and to some I focused into Moses because they were Jewish, and had the Moses or Jesus take them up. I didn't have to be the source, and I let them know I'm not the source of the light. The light is over here, up here. And they went on up then with that. So anytime you feel like that's going on, refocus them not to yourself. Don't be the source of even saying anything about where they're supposed to go. Say, the source is up here, and here's the name of the source. Go to the source, and it will take you higher. And then the energy will stay outside of you, won't come in, and you can redirect that flow very easily. And they'll stop coming to you for whatever, because they now have been told, I'm not it, this is it. And they will go there from now on instead. Does that answer that, I hope?
For me, it did. Dear Jim and Brian, because the condition I live with, I sometimes feel it hard to settle my body as various pains call on my attention. Most of the time, I manage to settle myself and rise above it, and I often start by loving the pain and letting it be, but not allowing it to hold me back. There are other times where my physical energy is very low, and I find it hard to focus, but then I often find God lifting me up if I just let go and look up. I then move into a very peaceful place, resting in the loving, and that is an experience of more of a restoring meditation where I am not always fully conscious of where I am. There are other times when I just can't move above it. I just can't adhere from the pain, and it won't let go of me, and I can't move upwards. It can be very frustrating because I want the meditation more than anything, and it also gives my body a wonderful rest. I know that you both had to deal with various physical challenges, and I wanted to ask if you have any advice to give on how I can deal with this now and also in the future, however my condition changes or develops. Thank you so much for everything. I am as always grateful for your presence and your loving. With much love.
You want to?
No, I'm going to have to let you answer. I don't really know what's going on today, but I think I'm going to have to lay down a few minutes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so I'm going to just let you continue, and I will come back if I'm up to it, okay?
All right. So the one thing I would say is that we do have our physical process. And for one, it would be to make it okay, to allow yourself to be in that and know that something is getting worked out, even if you aren't conscious of what is getting worked out. But also, that pain is there to maybe help you to begin to learn how to focus even more here at the seat of the soul and just relax into whatever is present. If you can get beyond the pain and go further into spirit, that's great. And there will be days like that. But then there will be days where you're just with the body, with the pain, with the situation, but still you can be in the focus of loving God and receiving God's loving. And that action will be clearing the karma. It will be lifting the situation. It will be opening you up in greater ways so that one day you can be free of the pain. Maybe not physically it leaves, but rise above it in your meditation more and more to have a spiritual experience without the pain, and then be able to come back and just accept whatever you find there is in the body. So I would say you're doing well, you're doing it, and continue doing what you're doing. And don't struggle with it because it's not worth the struggle. Just accept it as it is and do what is present. And let God and Spirit lift you up as best it can in every day in your meditation and in your daily life. And I know how pain is. I understand it. And I would just say I've always found just allowing it and accepting it and moving with it helps me to rise above it easier because I'm not making it wrong and I'm not struggling against it. And then I can rise through it easier to go higher. But when I do struggle, when I do complain and whatever, I find it just stops me. It's a wall that stops me. And it's just a great reminder that, okay, so how are you approaching this today? And then I go back into allowing it and accepting it and loving it and then moving through that into new experiences in spirit. But it's not always every day that I do that I go into spirit, but I can get above the pain and be more quiet, if nothing else. I hope that helps.
Good morning. I have heard the small voice of God quite a few times in my meditations, in contrast with the loud noise of the world, and it looks truly like a small voice or a statement. I did get my statement this morning in Kelsey's meditation. The statement is, when you are ready. However, most of the time lately, I don't hear the voice, and this morning with Jim and Brian's meditation, I noticed the voice of God is more like a loud heartbeat as it is often. It is very loud, like a drum beat out of my own heart, not racing, so I know it's not a physical action, but then I realize it is not my own heart, but most likely the heart of God filling me up with joy. But the problem is, I can't keep up with it. As I mentioned, it is too fast of a heartbeat and faster than mine. So I try to take deep breaths and got out of meditation early.
For me, when you're hearing the heartbeat, it's telling you that there are things within your body consciousness that's waking up to that flow of spirit. And if it's not your physical heart and it's an outside heart, such as like you're describing with the heart of God, then it's spirit lifting things, working things free. And so the thing to do is just to relax into it and let it happen however it's going to happen. Sometimes when we focus into a rhythm, a heartbeat, or whatever, we tend to kind of distract ourselves from the fuller experience. So I would say let that beat just keep going. Don't try to keep up with it. Don't try to understand it or whatever. Just let it be, and you continue holding your focus on loving God with that going on, and see where you go with that, because that can be a rhythm that will carry you higher and higher. And I would say check it out and see what's possible beyond what you've been experiencing, because I know there's more.
And what about the small voice of God in contrast to the loud noise of the world? And
Well, because if you're hearing the small voice of God, that's the inner spiritual that you're waking up into, and it will be present with you, letting you know it's there through that small voice. And it may give you direction, it may give you answer, it may give you understanding, and it may just be a sharing of loving. When you're doing the heartbeat, that's why I said it's more about the physical. The heartbeat is more about this consciousness in the world, the physical, the emotional, the mental, all of that. And so that's why I'm saying just let it be, let it have the rhythm it's going to have, let it do what it's going to do. It's probably transforming and lifting things out of the physical or within the physical that need to take place. And it's not for you to direct it or to keep up with it in any way, shape, or form. Let it do what it's doing, and then go from there with yourself inside meditation. Now, if you might want to see where the heartbeat is coming from, if it's coming from the left or the right or in front of you. If it's coming from the front or the right, then pay attention. If it's a strong energy from the left, that's the world trying to call you back into it. And I would just not give it much attention.
And so this morning she heard in the small voice, when you are ready.
And that's it. See, a lot of us are anxious in our meditation. I want soul now. I want to get out of body now. I want this now. And God is ever standing with us, working with us to get where we would like to be, but God also knows where we need to be. And God also knows that He's going to bring you where you need to be when you're ready to be there. And really and truly, as an initiate, you are resting in the hand of God. And it's God lifting you and taking you to all these inner and outer experiences daily, so that you learn, you grow, you experience, you rise up. And it's God doing that, not you. And God's just telling you, I will take you there when you're ready. And until then, we'll be doing this. That's how I would interpret it, because I've experienced it that way.
Okay, next question. I feel that I'm open to any direction that my soul and God lead, yet currently in my life, there does not seem to be an answer to what that is. I seem to be in a limbo portion of my life and unsureness in many ways. What is the meaning of these times in one's life? I keep waiting.
I know that one. waiting. On this pathway, we also find that we will go up through many different experiences inside as well as in the world outside. And it's a time of activity, of movement, of experience, and of change, quite often change. But then we reach a plateau, and that plateau will last as long as it's going to last. And it's like walking over a flat, plain, in the world, not a mountain, not upward. And it gets boring, it gets empty, it gets hollow. It doesn't seem to have meaning. It doesn't seem to be taking us anywhere. And it's almost like we're doing it unconsciously. We don't even have experience. And so we have to look and realize that as we're going through the different realms, the astral, causal, mental, and so on, we are climbing through these different levels within the realms. And when we get to the very top level of each realm, that's the etheric realm just before it. There's, which is the unconscious. So before we reach the soul level of the realm we're in, we have to go through the unconscious or the etheric level, and that is like nothingness, like flat, like empty, like hollow, like nothing. And sometimes we move through that very quickly, and sometimes we are actually clearing karma in that level that we're in, and it may take a while for all that karma to clear. And we just have to be patient, do the meditation, experience the nothingness, if that's what we experience in our meditation, the unconsciousness, whatever, excuse me, and let it be okay. And in time, you'll come out the other side of it and begin to go up into the soul level of that realm, and then move on up into the next realm above. So let it be okay if you go through this void, this emptiness, this etheric, this unknown. And let it be okay, because you will, in time, move through it. I've watched people, and they move through it in 3 weeks. I've watched people move through it in 3 years. It just depends upon what's there that they are to learn, to experience. And sometimes the experience is nothingness, and yet they're clearing the karma there and moving on because they are clearing the karma. So patience is the game at that level. Patience, 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 and just keep focusing on God and loving God. And I would say keep focusing on God, but also, okay, God, I'm coming home. Lift me up, bring me home. I'm coming. And that'll actually create a direction that will pull you up even through the void, even if you're not aware of it. And then all of a sudden you'll be on the other side of it. So.
Please help me with some clarity about a meditation experience I had a couple weeks ago. I had been planting something in a huge field, and I went to a trough to wash the dirt off my hands. The trough was about halfway filled with soil. As I sprayed the water from the hose over my hands, the water started to uncover something under the soil. I started to aim the water there, and I was horrified to see the limbs of a young child, maybe about 3 or 4 years old. I couldn't tell whether it was a girl or boy because it was folded into a foetal,
Fetal?
maybe that's what she's, fetal position on its side. Thank you.
Yeah.
I stopped rinsing and I started to reach the face. I found the experience so shocking that it pulled me right out of meditation. I did the LAF process with my shock reaction and then was pulled gently up into a sweet, compassionate light. Was this about me facing my fear of physical death? Something else? I would appreciate any clarity you can give. Thank you, Jim, Brian, and Kelsey, from the bottom of my heart. In loving.
Yeah, I think it is about the fear of death and looking at it for yourself directly, because you are a child of God and you have been a child in this lifetime and in many other lifetimes. And so there's a part of us that can relate to seeing a body of a child like that and take it very personally or take it in as their own. And so I think it's trying to help you to break free of the fear and realize that's a body. That may be your body as a child, but that's a body. And you are something outside of that, and you're witnessing the body and what's going through it or with it, but you're not that body. And so it's beginning to help you, in a sense, disconnect from the body consciousness, the body awareness, the body self, and realize that you're much more than just the body, is how I would interpret it. There's other things in there that's being worked through, I think, inside of you, but I think that the main thing is about just looking and facing death for what it really is and realizing that you are beyond that death. I hope that helps.
Helps me.
Yep, that's true. They can write back.
Dear Jim and Brian, thank you for being there for me all these years. I am so grateful to have you in my life. This morning when I was doing meditation, I had an inner experience. I had the experience I was looking into something that was both a mirror and a video screen. I was trying to watch the videos that were happening, but they were blurred with pink smeary paint. I was both painting on the screen and cleaning it. There was also a fire burning in the room. Any insights to this experience would be appreciated.
Well, I think that the video you're looking at, and this is how I would interpret it if it was my experience. The video you were looking at is about you and your life. Not necessarily this life, but other lives as well. And it's blurry because it's about karmas that you don't need to really know exactly what it's all about, but it's just the awareness. It's about the movement and the change and whatever's taking place, letting go of those karmas now. And the pink painted on the screen, to me, is about the loving that is there to help in that transition of letting go of those karmas. Don't focus on them and bring them back into your consciousness, but rather let go of them and let the loving handle it. Let the loving carry that away. And the fire burning in the room where you're at, to me, is that divine spark of your own spirit that is burning in you, in this room, the upper room. And it's also about the fire that never burns anything, but it does lift the karma. And so that's the karma getting lifted from you and you getting free of it. So that's very, very good. So don't try to figure things out sometimes. Just let it move. Let the energy move. Sometimes we kind of hurt ourselves when we try to pull it all together and say, oh, now, what is that about? What was I doing there? Why was somebody killing me? Why was this happening? And we really just need to let that be in the blur and let the loving that is on the screen, love it away and dissolve it, because that's what we want to do now. And that's what in meditation we're doing, is we're letting the karmas be dissolved and cleared. And a lot of it is done because in meditation we come to a one-pointed focus with the chanting of the sacred name or the hue or the anti-hue, and it lifts us up. And as we go higher, all those things have to drop away. But when they drop away, sometimes they'll call out to us and say, wait, what about me? Bring me back. And that's what that screen, I think, is about, is you're letting these things drop away. They're going, but you're observing them. You're paying attention to them rather than keep focusing on God. And you're listening to them going, bring me back, bring me back. But the loving that is painted on the screen is blocking that from happening. And so that's good. That means that the grace is with you, protecting you from yourself and your reactions to whatever it is you're seeing. So that's good.
And this person continues saying, for years, I have not really talked about my spiritual path to others because I've realized it is incomprehensible and untranslatable, except perhaps through my art. What is coming up in my life are challenges to talk about my spiritual practice. I wonder how to navigate both not being too closed off and not revealing the sacred in a way that sullies it. Sorry. An art critic has been wanting to talk to me for a few weeks about a project she is doing about spirituality in women artists. It has been hard to come up with a time, and I was disappointed that the only time that worked for her was during the early part of your talk today. However, it actually may have been the right thing, because I watched you on silent when I was talking with her and tried to stay in my soul, not my ego. And I believe there was a sincere connection. I would look at Jim and kept asking myself, what would he do? Having him there visually and in spirit helped me. I started by telling her how hard it was to talk about some of the things I was telling her as a person I wouldn't necessarily want to be public. Equally challenging is talking to my new boyfriend, who is a novelist who tries to pull information out of me. He said I have a wall up, which I believe is true. I don't want to put a wall up, but I also don't want to get into intellectual arguments with an atheist about spirit. How do I honor the sacredness of my experience without putting walls up to others? FYI, even though he is an atheist, he basically channeled his last book from the muses and writes beautifully about spirit. It is interesting this issue is coming up now in these two different aspects of my world. It was interesting hearing Jim's work experience too, in terms of bringing spirit into the world. I would appreciate any guidance on this. Thanks for all the love and support. Much loving.
Well, for me, it's always live the truth of who you are, live the spirit of who you are in all that you do, all that you say, however best you can, and let it flow from the inner to the outer. And then it's real, then it's authentic, and people then will get the truth through your life, through your actions, through your words, through just you. And there's not a whole lot you have to say other than that. And I would say keep the sacred sacred. Anything that you have experienced on the inner as sacred experience that has brought you awake and brought you forward on your path, keep that inside. Don't give it to the world, because they will not value it. Jesus said, don't cast pearls before swine. And I'm not saying your friends are swines, but don't cast pearls before them either, because they will step on them, they will eat them, but they will not get anything out of them. So live your life and let your life be the example. And if they need more, you can share with them about what you do in your spiritual journey, such as the meditation, such as the LAF, such as taking responsibility for your life, such as paying attention to your words and your thoughts, your actions and your reactions, and leave it kind of at that. And then if they want to talk about meditation, explain to them what the meditation is about, how you do meditate, what to do and not to do in the meditation, such as don't focus on the outer, focus on the inner, and then direct them to the ILM website where they can get more information as well to begin the journey, to begin the investigation, whatever it might be for them. But I just say be careful not to give away too much. There's a lot of energy that is there inside of you for you on your journey to carry you higher. And you don't want to give that away and put it out in the world and then wonder, why is it weakening? Why is it not there? Because you've made the outer more important than your inner. And with the atheist, remember, the mind is atheist, but the soul is not. And so there's a soul in there, just like you said, that is spiritual, but he doesn't acknowledge it. He doesn't maybe recognize it for what it really is, but it's there. And so just be yourself and be honest and open. And when he wants to get into an argument, say, nope, not going to do that. I'm not going to be in an argument. I have my experience and I have my way of living my life. You have your experience and you have your way of living life. And I'm not going to try to prove anything to you, and I ask you not to try to prove anything to me. And that's how I would handle it.
I was told at a young age that I, as a soul, before I was born into my life here on earth, chose the parents and family I wanted to be born into. My question is, do those parents have any influence and or decision in this plan and or choice? If so, why does this process occur? I ask this question because I have always felt a disconnect with the family I was placed in, or should I say chose to be in. Thank you.
Well, we choose a family or they're chosen for us. And sometimes it's really that they're chosen for us, and then we're led to believe we chose them. Does that make sense? I hope so. So you have to look and realize the family that you're going to is because of karma. And karma is unlearned lessons. So these are the lessons that you have not yet learned, and maybe you've avoided in other lifetimes. And so you're being drawn to this family because they themselves are moving through these unlearned lessons like you are looking to learn. And maybe they've learned them, and that's why you're drawn to them, because they can assist you in learning it yourself. Or maybe you're there to learn those unlearned lessons yourself through watching them keep messing it up, keep mucking it up, keep not doing what they're there to learn to do. And by learning from them through their inexperience, through their mistakes or whatever, they become the greater teacher. Remember, everybody is a teacher to, to us, and we are a teacher to others. So in that, excuse me, my allergies are acting up a little bit. In that, the thing to pay attention to is what's going on inside of you. And how do you want to interact with them? And what is it that they have been sharing with you, teaching you? What have you learned from them? And maybe what are you helping them to learn? I found that most people in their family situations feel very disconnected, like a stranger in a strange land, is how I call it. The initiate on this pathway was intended to be initiated in this lifetime, if they even have been initiated before or not. When they come in oftentimes to families that are not initiates, and they're not on this pathway, and they're not ready for this pathway. They are doing the world. And that's why we chose them, because they are doing the world, and they are going to help us get our unlearned lessons in the world cleared. So we come in, we're born into the family, we do the family unit as best we can, and some of the time they may look at you as, wow, who is this? This isn't our child. I think there was a mistake at the hospital. And other times they'll look at it and go, oh, wow, I can see why we do have this child. This is wonderful. And it'll switch back and forth possibly. And you may look at it and wonder, what the hell am I doing here? You know, this isn't what I thought I wanted. This isn't the family I intended it to be. Well, this is the family that was meant to be. This is where your lessons are. And this is your opportunity to learn from them. And maybe they will never learn the lessons for themselves, but they will reflect back to you maybe what not to do or how to do it differently or whatever. You know, both my parents smoked. And I looked around and everybody and all their friends back in the 50s, everybody smoked. And I just wondered, why was I born into a family that smokes like this? I hated the smell of smoke. I hated being around it. And yet I thought, okay, well, I'm here. And for a while I thought, am I supposed to smoke? And so I actually, at one point in my teens, I got a cigarette and I tried smoking a cigarette. And by the end of that first cigarette, I said, nope, I'm not supposed to smoke. I did not like it. I did not want it. And so I put it down and that was it. But they taught me something about myself, and that is to respect what I want for myself. Don't do because everybody else was doing. And I learned that because I talked to my mother after I did that. I told her, I know you don't want me to smoke. You've never told me to smoke or anything. You've never said don't smoke, but you've never said do. And I tried it, and I don't want to smoke. I know now I'm not going to be smoking cigarettes. And my mother said, good for you. We don't direct you on how you're supposed to live your life. We want to help you understand how to live your life. And she said, we were never going to tell you to drink or to smoke or to do anything. We want you to discover for yourself what works for you. And I said, thank you, because that's what I need to hear. Because in myself, I kept thinking, I need to emulate them. I need to copy them. I need to be like them. And she said, no, don't be like us, please. Be like yourself. It'll be better. And sure enough, it worked out just very well that way. I mean, I was fortunate. I had very good parents. But, we're all born into certain families. I've known people that tried to work themselves in their family life year after year after year, up into their adulthood and on. And they could never fit in. And their brothers and sisters felt like they were strangers in their family and never really allowed that person who was the initiate to come in and be a part of the family in truth. And I've told people over and over, if that's the case, let it be okay. Love them for who they are, love them for what they taught you, and just keep moving forward. And if they invite you in someday, go check it out and see if that's really where you want to participate. But most likely, it won't be. You'll want to be participating more with your own kind, which is spiritual and not so much physically oriented.
Hi, Jim and Brian. Thank you for a lovely sharing. As always, there was something for me to learn and take away. I would like to ask you about a dream I had last night. I don't remember a lot of the detail, but here's what I do remember, or think I remembered. In the dream, I was in a house with a woman. She was green and had green spots on her face. She was going to get me. I was scared. I managed to get away from her, but then realized I had to go back and pick up some clothes. I was scared. Maybe she threatened me, but she let me go. When I went back to pick up my stuff, I was aware that someone was there for me at that time. I sensed that this person was a woman. I then woke up. After I had woken up, I heard the name Jezebel. Can you help me interpret this dream and the significance of Jezebel? My own sense is that the woman supporting me is me, and that it is showing me that I am there for myself much more these days. Maybe I had to go back to pick up some stuff to work on. Looking forward to hearing your answer. With much love and gratitude to you both and Kelsey.
Well, I think you said it very clearly right there. Do you want to read that last little part back?
My own sense is that the woman supporting me is me, and that it is showing me that I am there for myself much more these days. Maybe I had to go back to pick up some stuff to work on.
Voila, you answered it. That's it. And Jezebel is that energy in the world that is ever calling us into the negative, into the world, into the outer. And we have to face that Jezebel that's around us and in us, that the physical body responds to and brings forward, and not give into it, but rather follow the true me, like you said. So that's, she interpreted it, or he interpreted it beautifully.
Question about a dream. I remember a portion of a dream I would like to share. I was climbing up a steep, rocky embankment when I noticed that I was only a few steps from the top. When I reached the top and stood up, I noticed that I was the narrow top of the mountain. I noticed that it was the narrow top of a mountain. When I looked behind me to see where I had been climbing, I saw that it was a steep, very deep drop off. I couldn't see the bottom. When I looked in front of me, I saw other mountain tops as far as my eye could see, each one separated by the same very deep valleys. I wondered if I should continue my journey, but I did not want to descend the mountaintop into the depths of the unknown. So I decided to stay where I was. Then I woke up. Thanks for any comment you can make on this dream. Sending my love to you both.
So read the part I sneezed. Did I something there? Read the part where they saw other valleys, was it? Or
When I looked in front of me, I saw other mountain tops as far as my eye could see, each one separated by the same very deep valleys. I wondered if I should continue my journey, but I did not want to descend the mountaintop into the depths of the unknown. So I decided to stay where I was.
And that's good, because that mountaintop is your mountaintop. The mountaintops that you see otherwise are mountaintops for others to achieve. And you've achieved yours. And the key then is to go up from there. So like Moses, he got to the mountaintop, and there he found the burning bush, which is the seat of the soul and the burning flame of the soul inside. So therefore, it's for you now to awaken to that inner flame, into that inner light of your own being, and go up above from there. The journey always continues upward and forward, and not ever back down out in the world again. So that's excellent. That's a wonderful experience, I must say.
Hi, Jim, Brian, and Kelsey. I want to know if having a child will prevent me from getting liberated in this lifetime. I am in a loving relationship and we would like to start our small family. I am meditating daily 2.5 hours, and I can't guarantee that if we have a baby, I will be able to meditate for that long every day, but I will do my best.
I can guarantee you won't. Go ahead. That's funny.
Having a child will demand a lot of my time and energy that I could give to God in meditation, as I am doing now. I also feel that it may be a great way to move into more loving in my life and experience other things as a mother. I carry a belief system that having children is distracting from God, and it creates karma that will weigh me down in the world. But a part of me feels that I've taken that belief from others, and it's not my truth. What do you think? My priority is soul liberation.
And that's a good priority. But it may be that part of your destiny as well is to have a child and to experience that, and in the midst of all that, keep God first. Even though the child has to come first in many cases, and often in relationships, it does change relationships because the child for both of you will have to be the first and not each other. And that's just natural. It's just the instinct of a parent. So I would say if it's really there for you, then move forward and see what happens. And make a note to always put God first in everything, including in your relationships in the world. And let the child be important, but let God be the most important. And give yourself the time to meditate, make the time to meditate, and know that God will be with you in the midst of it all. Because if this is where some lessons are for you, and this is where you can begin to express certain actions of loving and caring and service, and that's what's necessary for your soul to grow, then do it by all means. And it sounds like you both have most likely talked a lot about this, and have a good understanding of what it is you want and how you want to move forward. So if that's the case, then I would definitely say go for it. And then it'll unfold. And if you lose sight of God for a little while, you lose it. But it'll come back because as an initiate, that's going to be your primary drive and motivation of the soul. And it'll come back. Don't worry about it.
She goes on to say, also, I had a dream that Michael Jackson gave me an instrument, and I've played one of his songs while he was cheerfully joining the beat. He looked bigger, as if he was on the astral. Then I've made a song with a musician who passed away a few years ago from suicide. We created a nice song together. Again, I think that was in the astral. My insight from this experience is that Michael Jackson symbolized addiction and the other singer suicide, and that my karmas on addiction and suicide were getting completed as we came into a union through creating music together. Is this what the experience is about? Thanks a lot.
I'd say that's a very good interpretation. That's very good. And very good experiences.
Dear Jim and Brian, at my place at dawn now, before following this live streaming, I fell asleep. Before I went to sleep, I knew that the Holy Spirit was present. I found out and slowly fell asleep and dreamed. In the dream, I was in the bedroom and sitting on the bed getting ready for meditation. Suddenly, my mother came knocking on the door. I opened the door, and my mother said, "A friend of yours came to visit." I saw that who came was a friend whose job was as a pastor at a church in my city. I invited that person into the room and sat near me, and he or she sat near me. Suddenly, I felt all my teeth were loose and they were about to come out. There were even 4 teeth that came off and came out of my mouth. I accommodated them by hand and saw which teeth were loose. I saw that there were 4 teeth and they were dirty black like clam shells. I rechecked my mouth and felt that the loose tooth was not my tooth, because I was sure that all my teeth were still completely in place, even though all were rocking and about to come off. I excused myself from asking a friend to leave the room and look for my mother in the kitchen. I told her about the incident. Suddenly, a woman came into the kitchen carrying a jar filled with water and a small silver goldfish. He said to me, "Take this as medicine." I accepted the jar containing the fish and went back into the room. I found my friend sitting on my bed getting ready for meditation. I sat right in front of the person and I finally woke up from sleep. It turned out that the time had come for this live streaming. I checked the computer and saw Jim and Brian were getting ready for this live streaming activity. Much love.
Well, I think it's trying to say to you that a lot of your old beliefs, your old ideas about yourself and about life are dropping away. The teeth often represent our beliefs. And when they begin to fall out or rot, it means that those things are no longer pertinent to us, or they're not really workable or valid for us anymore, and they're going to fall away. And so we just want to let those things go so that we can take up whatever it is that we're to take up. And so that's very good. It's a clearing, it's a cleansing, it's letting go. The person coming into you, to your room, which was the minister, represented old beliefs and old ideas that I think they helped you to recognize and let go of, as they were going to maybe take up some of your ideas and begin to meditate. So that's a very good experience, an acknowledgement of you, and you letting go of your old beliefs and not really carrying them around.
Hi. So funny the topic of your talk today. Blessings, and it doesn't look anything like you think. I've heard you both say this many times over many decades. I thought I would be living in Hawaii on the water, maybe Kahala, on the beach. My husband would be a doctor taking care of me. I wouldn't have to work, even though I could work if I wanted to. I wouldn't have to because I'd be totally financially taken care of and did not have any worry ever.
The end.
I'd have the most loving, compassionate husband, and we would have wonderful sex, travel the world at 5-star resorts, yada, yada, yada. I tried to make that happen in the way of the world, and it didn't. Funny thing is, I live in older, beautiful 55 plus community on the water, costs me less than $1,000 a month to own a place and cover all the expenses. They have multiple pools, workout classes, shows, everything I wanted. It's a gated community, so I feel safe. As I age, they have shuttles throughout the place that can take me to the shop or the beach. My partner and I both take care of ourselves and have our own homes. We come together in such loving and kindness and giving to each other. I had to get all of that inside of myself before I could expect it to happen from another. I have a great job. I totally take care of myself financially. I can pay all of my own travel easily sometimes, 5-star resorts sometimes, and camping. So funny on your sex comments, so true. I love having the best sex of my life, and after I cuddle and chant after and go into meditation. I am totally free of the sex abuse of the past. I love being a woman now, and I will enjoy sex while I'm here. I could give it up tomorrow if God asked me to, but I continue to grow through my sexual experiences. I am with a man that truly gives to and loves my body. His focus is on pleasuring me, and that gives him so much pleasure. I did never dream it could be this great. I am free. No more please. No many please get the blessings I have in this area. My job is my service after my service to God within me first. My life is beyond my wildest dreams.
That's good. That's a great sharing. I don't know if I have a lot of comment. Sounds like you're doing it, and just keep on doing it. Definitely.
Dear hearts, Brian, Jim, and Kelsey, thank you for the insights into what to do when I realized that energies have thought I was the light, about how to redirect them to the true light of Jesus and Moses. A big part of my experiences has been not being aware that I have these energies, though, until I'm doing this, like the energetic healing, and then seeing how having these energies in my physical body have impacted me. How can I be more aware of having energy spirits that aren't me in my physical body? How can I stop this happening when I'm not aware of it at the time? Many thanks and love.
If you're doing energetic healing, it's a challenge because you're opening yourself up to allow them in. And they're looking for a place to go, and you become a magnet that draws them to you. It's just part of the type of healing work that you're doing. So the key is to every day give up everything to God, everything to God, and all that is to God. Don't handle it. Don't look at it. Don't give it attention. Just give it all to God, because that is what is the way you keep clear. Otherwise, you're going to pick up different things and wonder why and how. When you do energetic healing, you're a magnet, in a sense, for the energies of this world. And if you don't have the right way to switch that polarity to let it go, then you're going to hold on to them and it'll become more a part of your consciousness. I've seen that before. I know how it affects people physically, emotionally, mentally, and spiritually even in many ways. So do find that way to stay clear inside of yourself. In your meditation, give it all up to God. In your work, give it all up to God. Don't take responsibility for anything. Let Spirit do the work. Let Spirit be the one, and then you'll be okay. But otherwise, you're going to find you're going to be ever challenged by all this other energy that isn't really you or for you. These are not your karmas. These are not your responsibilities. And so therefore, let go of them. Don't hold on to them. Don't believe that you have to do something with them, because you do not. They are not yours. Let them go. Let them go to God. And if that doesn't work, then find a way to give it up into Spirit in some way. Ask the Holy Spirit to be present with you in your work and to work through you in the activity that you're doing, and to lift anything and all thing from the person you're working on to assist you in staying as clear as possible. And I could go on and on about different ways to do that, but I'm not going to do it here. This isn't the place necessarily. So I hope that covers it for right now and answers some of what I was hoping you wanted. I hope that that'll answer some of what you need, and we'll go from there.
I have a question.
Okay.
In meditation this morning, I was aware of a fear that I had from when I was a child, and around sexual abuse and how that played out as a teenager. And so I just went into allowing the fear, and what came up was the shame and the guilt of how I basically pulled away from a very loving, sweet boyfriend at the time because sex freaked me out. And so I was doing, allowing the shame and the guilt and just talking to him and saying, I'm sorry, and you were a wonderful friend. And all of a sudden, I guess I lost consciousness of that process, and for just one split second, I saw that there was a prison, and they put a lock on it, and I was outside of the prison. And I knew in that moment I wasn't allowed to go back in that prison. I was locked out.
That's good. See, that's what grace does. Grace will get us out of the prison, and then it will lock it so that we can't go back, because we go back. We go back and reminisce. We go back and moan and groan. We go back for so many reasons. And why the hell do we want to go back into prison and look at all the dirt and the filth that was there when we're standing outside free? But we do. So that grace is standing there for us, for you, to keep us from going back. And the key is to ever look forward, ever go forward, ever move towards God, and don't go backward. And the temptation is to look. Oh, no, I got to look forward. Keep looking forward. So that's good. That's a very good experience on your part.
Yeah,
and it means then you don't have to dwell on it anymore. And when that energy comes up again and tries to play on you, go, thank you, God bless you, you're done.
Thank you. That's what I was going to say. I felt free.
Yeah.
And I just remember, being, in a sense, astonished that I was locked out.
Yeah.
And then going, oh my God, I am like, that's Cal's creation, and I don't have to go back to the lesson there.
That's right.
And I just remember turning around, and I knew, okay, now I'm walking to God.
That's good. Yeah, it's always nice to feel you're locked out, not locked in.
Yeah. It was amazing to feel that.
That's
I'm locked
wonderful.
out. I've been locked out.
Yeah.
So thank
And,
you.
you know, a lot of us are. A lot of us really have moved through all these things, and we are locked out. But we keep going back. We keep reminiscing. We keep looking at the photos and going, oh, and it's done. So call it done and move on and have new experiences, better experiences, God-focused experiences rather than the world.
Thank you, because I've done a lot of inner work on this, and it feels done.
Yeah.
And when you just said that, don't go back. It's like, oh my gosh, I don't even know what that is, but when you said it, I just inside of myself just felt joy. Like,
Yeah.
wow, I don't have to think of that anymore. I don't have to love, accept, and forgive anything anymore. That I'm free. I'm free to now go to God.
And those things will come up from time to time. It just does in the world. When I was 17, 18 years old, I had a girlfriend that we had interactions all the time about different things. And still now at 71, once in a while, here she comes. It just rises up and it's like, oh, hi, glad to see you, and goodbye. We're done. Because otherwise it just wants to play on me.
I was going to say, but it probably doesn't pull you down. I
No.
feel like this isn't, when it comes up, it's not going to pull me
Right.
in the way it had before.
Yeah. No, it
Yeah.
won't have the weight, and it doesn't have the magnetic pull, but it is the memory. The mind always is playing on the memory. It's like, oh, remember, oh, remember, oh, remember. And it's just amazing. I mean, I was this morning in meditation, when I was meditating at home, all of a sudden I was over on Kauai, and I was going through this whole experience I had there. It was a wonderful experience, but I was focused on it and went, oh yeah, oh my God, that's right. Oh, that was wonderful. And then I went, wait a minute. I'm supposed to be meditating on God. Who's doing this? Who's distracting me? And then I saw my mind just like flitting through a photograph album or something. Remember this? Oh, look at this. Oh, don't go there. Look at this. So that's what happens. It happens no matter who you are.
Good to know. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, our last question for the day. I had asked the question about limbo, be feeling in limbo with her life. Is that working through the void inwardly reflected in the world, where I also feel in limbo and without direction in the world? Is that an expression of the inner?
Limbo is the void. Limbo is the etheric realm. Limbo is the unseen, the unknown, the unexpressed. It's just limbo. It's nothingness. And the key is we all go through limbos in our time, but it's just natural, and allow yourself to go through the limbo, but don't focus on it and try to fix it or try to figure a way out. The way out is to keep going through it to the other side of it, and then you're in a higher realm. So just allow the limbo, but don't make it a big deal.
Wonderful. Well, that's all the questions that have come in.
Very good. Yeah, it's funny, I answer so fast. I go through them like this. And when it's Brian and I together, then it's double the pleasure, double the fun.
Double the pleasure, the fun, and the time.
Yeah. So that's nice. I'm not going to complain that we complete earlier. I do want to say that I really enjoy doing the question and answers, and I know Brian does too. It's a nice way to stay connected with each other, and it's a nice way to really bring a lot of the personal truths forward. and for us to come into our own awareness, because all of a sudden it's like, aha, I got it. Oh my God, I knew that. And we can give talks all we want and cover a lot of different subject matters, but we may not ever touch on some of the things you're touching on in your experiences and in your sharings that are really going to reveal things to you, but also to other people. There's going to be other people that will relate to what you're sharing, and they'll go, oh my God, that's what I needed. So thank you very much for writing in and sharing these truths and these experiences, because it's a learning for all of us, and we all grow through that sharing. And this is where it's nice to have this opportunity and format by which to do this. And I'm grateful we can do it, not necessarily in person, but on the media like this, and be able to connect this way. So thank you all very much for participating, and I'm just grateful to be able to do it with you. I guess that covers it for today. So thank you all. Is there anything else that we need to say?
No, that covers it for today. And the next class is October 18th.
Okay,
So we'll see you all again right here
that's right.
on October 18th.
Looking forward to it. I enjoy this. So thank you all very much, and much love from myself, from Brian, from Kelsey, and from Kate, who's here as well. So thank you, and God bless, and have a good rest of the day. Night.